Hello and welcome. Welcome to another edition of Atlas Information Live. We are your host, Atlas Alex, and this afternoon we are going to be spending some time covering a very important topic and indeed a very important practice, one that we should all be practicing in our lives every day, even if it's just a few minutes. And that practice is, of course, meditation. Now, many people think they know all there is to know about meditation. Many people believe that they are expert meditators, or at the very least, adept veterans, that they have been meditating for years, if not decades. But many of them have not. There are many myths around the practice of meditation, many misconceptions, many false ideas and beliefs, and indeed experiences that people have had that they misconstrue, that they misunderstand as being meditation, when in fact it is not. They may be related to meditation. They might be forms of preparation for meditation, or indeed those individuals may have experienced the beginning of meditation. They may have been on their way to meditating proper, but many of them stop before they ever actually begin meditating. And so today, we wish to take a two-pronged approach to this all-important practice of meditation, because this is not something that we can truly understand intellectually or conceptually. Meditation is something that we know experientially. And as we said, there are levels that we have to attain before we even enter into preparation, into meditation. So we do have to go through some conceptual explanation. We have to dispel some of the myths around meditation that many people carry and hold as truth, in order so that we can enter into our practice without any of these preconceived notions or misconceptions or learned habits and conditioned beliefs, perhaps over years or decades. We want to dive into a pure, comprehensive knowledge of what meditation is, what it is not, what serves our practice of meditation, and what clearly does not serve it, but not only things that do not serve our practice of meditation, but things that outright destroy, dismantle, disrupt our ability to meditate. So, to begin, let us share with you the link for today's live stream. It is in the chat and soon shall be on screen, if we can manage it. And there it is. If you wish to ask questions or Perhaps you wish to share your own experiences of meditation, and perhaps you seek clarification as to your practices that you have been doing, and you wish to know or wish to clarify if what you have been doing qualifies as meditation, or if you're simply in the preparation stages, preparing to meditate. Then by all means, use the link, join the live stream, and we would be happy to get you involved in today's proceedings. But of course, you can always just interact in the chat as well. You're more than welcome to do so. But we're going to begin then, perhaps by sharing with all of you our intuitive experience of meditation. The first time, our initial experiences with meditation. Now, we write about this in our book. It's in part 1 of the book, which, as you may or may not know, part 1 of our book, What in Hell is With Us, is autobiographical. And it's actually in one of the first chapters of the book that we describe how, at roughly the age of 5, we began to meditate. Now, here's the catch. A 5-year-old does not know he is meditating. A 5-year-old, certainly one who grew up in a Catholic family in a Western country, who was never even exposed to the word meditation, had no idea that he was doing this practice called meditation. In other words, we had never learned how to meditate. No one ever told us to meditate. We had no idea that this was even a thing that people did outside in the world. All we had was the still, soft voice, the intuitive knowing from within that when we close our eyes, there was something in there. There was something in the darkness that was waiting to be discovered, that was calling us, that was beckoning us. And as a 5-year-old might approach the practice, we closed our eyes, and with all of our willpower, we just kept repeating to ourselves, go deeper, go deeper, go deeper. It was like a mantra. It was like a prayer. We knew there was something in there. We didn't know what. We didn't know what to expect. We didn't know what we would find. And for many attempts, we found nothing, except perhaps the appearance of sort of those psychedelic colors that one might see if one closes one's eyes very tightly or applies gentle pressure to one's eyelids when they are closed, especially if one is doing this during the day and there's daylight coming in, and the play of light on the eyes. And of course, if the eyes roll into the back of the head, as one does when one sleeps, then we can have many visions, many types of visual phenomenon taking place when we close our eyes and when we focus and concentrate. The concentration begins to play with the blackness, and we find that in the blackness there is movement, there is light, and indeed, the more we focus, the more we concentrate, we will even discover there can be a focal point out of which images can emerge in our mind's eye as clear as day. Now we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but The point is we began to meditate at the age of 5, not knowing how, and not even knowing that this thing existed, or that the word existed, or that the practice existed. We have joining us Tiffany. Now, Tiffany, we have a nice black screen. Is that because you don't have a camera and you just want to join audio? Is that what's going on?
I'm figuring it out.
Okay. How about we let you figure it out some more? Now, you don't have to put your camera on if you don't want to, and then you have an option of like uploading a graphic or something to be like an icon.
That's what I'm working on right now, is finding an avatar to put there.
Okay, so you know what? We'll rejoin you once you've done that. How's that? And we're
Beautiful.
just gonna continue on for the time being with our little story here. Okay.
Gracias, señor.
Okay. Welcome. So we'll see you again soon. So, as a 5-year-old might, closes his eyes tightly and concentrates, and with great willpower and great intent longs to connect with what is in there. And after many failed attempts in the afternoons for who knows how long, because how does a 5-year-old track time? How accurately do we judge time? If you recall back to your own childhood, you know that entire afternoons would pass by in what seemed like minutes, when all of a sudden you were being called to come home for dinner, and you could swear you just had lunch and you have no idea where the time flew. Sometimes we can experience that even today in meditation. This morning, our morning meditation, as usual, lasted about an hour, but this morning's meditation, for whatever reason, felt like it went by in 5 minutes. So the interesting thing about when we enter into meditation, like when we are doing anything with great intent and concentration and focus, the outside world can vanish. It's like we put on these blinders and we become fixated upon what we are doing. We all have experienced this in multiple ways at multiple times, where hours have passed and they seem like minutes. And in one fateful day, when we were trying to reach whatever it was that was inside, when we closed our eyes, that we knew that was something in there, we experienced what Buddhists and others might refer to as a samadhi, or ecstasy, a moment of clarity, a moment of insight. We had an experience in meditation, which was transformative, which would essentially change our lives and change the way we began living our life. And this particular moment was a booming voice which spoke to us. And all it said was, "You have reached the center of your mind." And the voice boomed as if the voice was in the room. Because, of course, where we were was entirely in a space that was not in 3D space, it was a higher dimensional space. And so our consciousness was experiencing that space. But we were so unaccustomed. This was an entirely new experience for us. We had never experienced anything like it. So when we heard what seemed to be a voice surrounding us, engulfing us, enveloping us in a full 3D surround sound experience in the darkness of our meditation, we naturally were shocked out of our meditation, opened our eyes, and began looking around the room as a 5-year-old might. And we even opened up the door to our bedroom and looked in the hall, and there was no one around. This was not an imagined experience, and it wasn't a faked experience. It wasn't a misconstrued or misunderstood experience. We had, in this particular session, delved deeply enough within ourself to make a connection. And the connection that we made was, of course, to ourself. Attila had heard the voice of Atlas. And we would not have another experience like that in meditation for decades. But it didn't matter, because every time we closed our eyes, we knew that there was something in there, that there was a voice, that it had a voice, whatever it was, whoever it was. As we write in our book, this voice didn't have a name yet from Attila's perspective. From this 5-year-old's perspective, from this mortal being who just had shut his eyes and followed his intuition, this knowing that there was something in there. All he had was this voice, but the presence that went with the voice and the confidence, the certainty, the absolute nature in which the voice had made itself known gave us the absolute certainty that I was right. There was something in there, and I had reached it. I had made the connection. And from that point on, I never felt a need to have another experience like that, or like to have a conversation with the voice, because somehow I knew that the voice was always with me. And I began to recognize slowly, as I developed through childhood and into adolescence, that the nature of this presence, this voice that's always there, it made itself known as the still soft voice. It made itself known as the response to beauty and truth, the center of my being, which glowed and overwhelmed me with its love or compassion or recognition of beauty that, for example, would bring tears to my eyes in certain films or other experiences. And the whispering of the still soft voice, I knew that that still soft voice had made a special exception in that meditation that I had experienced at the age of 5. That the still soft voice made itself known as a voice proper. But from then on, I was content. I was satisfied. I had made the connection. I had proven to myself with evidence, with experience, that there was indeed something in there, and it was possible to connect with it. And what's more is, it was always present, even if I forgot about it. And I often did, as you might imagine a child would do, as we become distracted and as we take on responsibilities and interests and hobbies and all the other activities of childhood and adolescence and all the other priorities. And then, of course, all of our egos and everything else, and the false self and the development of the personality, etc., etc. We just layer on layers and layers and layers and layers. So for many years, I didn't even return to the practice of meditation. And I only learned about the word meditation in high school. And even then, I didn't really understand what people meant by it. And the more that I learned about it, the more I said, well, I think that's what I did and do on occasion. And certainly when I heard about Samadhi and when I began meditating in earnest again and began having experiences again, this is when I finally made the connection as an adult. And by this point, I had learned the name of Atlas as well. And it was only as an adult and a regular meditating adult that I made the connection all the way back to my youth, that I actually began meditating at the age of 5 in a very primitive, childlike manner. But why would we recount this story for you? Because in this story is a profound clue. And within our experience, there is a profound gift of knowledge that you can take with you into your meditative practices. And we'll get into what that is in just a moment. But first, we have some greetings. Joanne says, greeting and happy to be here this week. Joanne, we're glad you could make it. Benjamin says, in the Old Testament, the voice of God is portrayed as thunderous. Is that the same as your experience? Thunderous? There were no thunderclaps. There was no old man in the clouds. There was no Thor's hammer and lightning. But you can very easily appreciate, Benjamin, that the booming voice, because the voice was booming, it was not a weak voice. It was a booming voice. And how a booming voice could very easily be described as thunderous, because of course the atmospheric boom of far off lightning, what we call thunder or rolling thunder, it has a booming quality to it. It resonates in those lower frequencies, but it's voluptuous and it's rolling and it fills the atmosphere, let alone our own mind, our own consciousness. So in that sense, it was absolutely booming. We would not describe it as thunderous because for us, that invokes so many old man in the clouds and Thor's lightning and all kinds of other things. But a booming voice is a very accurate, objective expression and representation of the experience of that voice. And we can certainly appreciate and understand and even empathize and sympathize with anyone who describes it as being thunderous, because we can use the word booming to describe thunder. So there was no question for us the source or origin of that voice. And yet at the same time, it was not so, what's the word, epic or miraculous or extraordinary that we said to ourselves, oh, that's God talking to me. That's the voice of God. We never allowed it to enter our consciousness that God was having a conversation with us one-on-one. In other words, we did not interpret our experience as, let's say, Joan of Arc, who from a very young age did claim that God spoke to her. And of course, God speaks to us through our own innermost essence of God. So in many ways, God was speaking to me, but I didn't think about it in those terms. I can't explain it. It's precisely because of the importance that we place on having an intimate connection with our innermost true self, our innermost being, that our childhood and adolescence was all about having that personal, intimate connection with the still soft voice, and that we were introduced to as the booming voice, and who we later learned had a name, Atlas. And it wouldn't be until much later that we would have a direct experience of the Christ and have direct experiences of what one might consider God speaking to us. And then when we experienced alux, that the difference in magnitude was orders of magnitude. We can't even begin to, like, exponential curve, orders of magnitude greater than the experience of that voice way back when. So we just would clarify that, because there are levels and levels and levels. And we have experienced, obviously, having intimate connection with alux. It's in our name. It's the being of beings, the light of lights, the fire of fires, the logos, the Christ. We have direct conscious experience of that. But the experience at that level is, again, as we say, orders of magnitude. Then thunderclaps and lightning and storms and oceans and tsunamis and cosmic supernovas and all the grandiose, biggest, epic occurrences in the universe that you can imagine come into play to describe our experience of having a one-to-one direct connection to the cosmic Christ, to the Logos. Then we can talk thunderous and lightning and all the rest of it. But no, that first experience in meditation when we were 5, it was more contained. It was more intimate. It was more subtle. And frankly, more appropriate to a 5-year-old being spoken to. And clearly, we would not begrudge anyone, including Joan of Arc or anyone else, as a child being confronted by that voice and assuming that God was speaking to them, because God was speaking to me. But he was speaking to me through the individuated essence of my higher self, my Father in heaven. So it's not incorrect to say that God was speaking to me. I just never processed it that way. There was something it was just how we needed to contain it and be kept humble and not let ourselves go there, because that would have taken us to a place of mystic pride as a young child, and that would have been problematic on so many different levels. So that's a long answer to a relatively short question. Hello, Tiffany. Nice to have you here with us. We see you've gotten yourself a lovely avatar. But Tiffany, you're muted. You've muted your microphone, so you'll have to unmute yourself if you wish to speak. In the meantime, Joanne says, individuated essence of God, my Father in heaven. That's so beautiful. Thank you for making such clear distinctions. How does that compare to the Divine Mother? Your Divine Mother is an aspect of your individuated essence. So the innermost being, our true self, is not an I. People often ask us why we refer to ourselves as we. It's not just because we're referring to ourselves as Atlas and Attila. Actually, there are 12 independent aspects of the being, including the Divine Mother. This is why in the Gospels, Jesus has 12 apostles and Mary Magdalene. So it's why we have the 12 signs of the zodiac. This is all connected. So our individual Divine Mother is an aspect of our higher self, our true self. But like so much of spirituality that we understand and comprehend, that, for instance, the Trinity of masculine, feminine, and union of masculine, feminine, what in Christianity they refer to as Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, what in Hinduism is Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and so on and so forth throughout all the religions. And we all know intuitively and many conceptually that we are all one. There is no separation. That separation that we see and how we live our life is an illusion, and we all know that. So likewise, our individuated essence of God, the Logos, is a multiplicity. It is a union of individuated aspects, and each of these individuated aspects have certain qualities to them and have certain abilities associated with them, certain archetypal aspects. So, for example, we can look to the Gospels and we can look to doubting Thomas. You may be familiar with that character from the Gospels. Well, Thomas is the one who, after Jesus' resurrection, the apostles go to Thomas and they say, "Hallelujah, come see the risen Lord. Our master has fulfilled the prophecy, and he has risen from the dead." And Thomas says, "When I see him and when I place my finger in his side, then I will know that it is true. Until then, it's only hearsay." And this is what branded him as doubting Thomas, and what Christians have ever since the Nicene Council, and Catholicism branded him such, and use that story from the Bible as rationalization and justification for why all good Christians must believe in Jesus without evidence. This is how the word faith became twisted and corrupted from meaning an intimate experiential knowledge of God to a hardened dogmatic belief in God. While Thomas represents an aspect of our innermost being that gets reflected in our consciousness. That aspect is not satisfied with the hypnosis and ignorance of belief. Because belief, we're not exactly getting off topic, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where these conversations take us, because it's what's important is what's important. So hang on one moment while we attempt to, there we go. This is what we were trying to do. We're going to take your comment off the screen just for a moment. Okay. So we take the word belief. Have you ever noticed that you cannot write the word belief without the word lie? And not only is this a word itself, to belie, in other words, to belie the truth, to undermine the truth, or to what's the word that we're looking for? Anyway, there's a associated word that's just not coming to mind, a synonym for belie. But if you break this word apart, you get the word be and you get the word lie. To be living a lie is the same to be or not to be. That is the question. To belie, to believe, is not to be. Belief, then, is illusion. This is what is called Maya in Hinduism and Buddhism, and it is a source of suffering. What in Gnosis we call hypnosis and ignorance, which of course lead to not being. And yet an entire Christian faith has been built around this particular lie, that the idea that the highest form of faith is belief. And they use the story of Thomas to underscore and affirm that for themselves. When in fact, the story of Thomas precisely teaches the opposite to Gnostics. It shows us that we should never be satisfied believing that we know something, thinking that we know something, just because somebody told us, just because we read it in a book, or we heard it on the internet, or what have you. Even these live streams, you hear us speaking, or you see us presenting whatever it is that we're presenting. Know your innermost Thomas. Trust your innermost Thomas. Trust that intuitive aspect of the still soft voice that doubts what you hear and needs to affirm it, to validate it with some form of experiential knowledge. Now, you may receive confirmation from within, from your innermost, which comes in the form of that intuitive feeling that something really resonates with you, that you hear it and you somehow know that what you're hearing is the truth. That's an aspect of Thomas being satisfied, the requirement of Thomas being satisfied. And incidentally, just bringing the whole conversation back to meditation for a moment, this is the purpose of meditation. Because as a child, there I was, closing my eyes, and I knew that something was in there, and I was being called by that aspect of my innermost. I was being called by my innermost Thomas to reach out, to try to touch it, to try to verify it, validate the intuition that I had that there was something is in there. I had to know what it was. I had to experience it. I had to do as Thomas did and put his hand in the side of Jesus where he was stabbed with the spear of destiny. And all of us are called to do this, to have that sort of intimate contact, to touch and be touched by the Christ. And what's interesting is that, and the way that scripture is written is, Thomas, thou dost believe because thou hast seen, but happy are those who have not seen and yet believe. This is the foundation of all Christian dogma, is that single line. This is their justification and foundation for all of their blind faith that they have imparted onto countless billions of people and countless more over the millennia since Jesus walked this earth. And so foundational is this aspect of the Catholic religion, and indeed the born-again Christians, and to one degree or another, all of Christianity, was that Gnostics were burned at the stake as heretics, because Gnosticism challenges this fundamental tenet of blind faith. Gnosticism knows what faith really is. We've talked about it often. And we talked about it just a few weeks ago when we were talking about love, and we were talking about the Divine Mother and being faithful to one's mortal beloved as a terrestrial mortal analog for being faithful to one's immortal beloved. And how God says, thou wilt have no other gods besides me. This is a statement demanding faithfulness, loyalty, fealty to one's true self, to one's innermost essence of God. And who are these false gods that we can go and be promiscuous with? Well, those are all of our egos. And all of the false beliefs and all of the illusions, all the hypnosis and ignorance, all the beliefs that come and distract us, that try to take the place on the throne of our higher self. And so we find ourselves following the demands, the desires, the cravings and aversions of these false gods that, of course, all present themselves to us as I, the I of the ego. Benjamin says, a synonymous word is insincere, two-faced, or false. A couple other words. He's referring to, we were looking for another word that's synonymous with belie. Yes, to falsify, to degenerate, to undermine the truth. Tiffany said, unfortunately, she said she had to jump over here back into the chat because she was having connection issues. StreamYards can be a little bit finicky when it comes to that, but anyway, thank you for making an attempt. And Benjamin says, yes, you are right. Those false gods, all that we serve falsely due to our desires. They give us the desires. The egos present us with the desires. The word for that, as you know, Benjamin, very well, is temptation. They tempt us. And the desires, the cravings and aversions are very tempting. Tiffany says she's going to try it again. She just doesn't want to miss anything. No worries, no worries. So since we got onto the issue of Thomas and that aspect of the being, the need to know directly and consciously, the need to experience. This is what meditation is for. How else was a 5-year-old boy going to verify and satisfy his innermost Thomas of the existence of his higher self, unless he could hear the booming voice of his innermost intimate Christ speaking to him directly? And how else and where else was he going to gain that experience if not in meditation? Meditation, its primary purpose is for us to receive information and gain self-evident experiential knowledge directly from and through our innermost essence of God, without any mediation, without any third parties involved. Without any conditioning, without any subjectivity getting in the way. Which is why much of what you have heard about meditation and read about meditation, much of what people proclaim about meditation comes into play. The quieting of the mind, the stillness of the mind, and so on and so forth. Because the mind is not objective. The mind is filled with all these subjective conditioning agents that are constantly interpreting and misinterpreting and reinterpreting and misappropriating and on and on and on it goes. To be able to have a pure, unadulterated, unconditioned connection, as though we are the tip of a root. And if you follow that little root, it eventually joins up to a bigger root. And that bigger root eventually joins up to the trunk of the tree. And that tree extends into the heavens, where it has direct access to the sun, the light, the truth. And we, as part of that tree, even though we're down in the ground, we're down in hell, under the ground, in the darkness, we are in need of that light. And the deeper we go into darkness, the more the light of truth, we only have one way to access it, and that is going back up the root to the tree, which is above the ground and its branches high in the heavens, where its leaves gather the sunlight. But that root can't go around to the top of the tree. That root can only go within and recognize it is one little tributary, if you will, a little capillary of this massive network, this massive system of branches and leaves and roots and root tips and capillaries. We are such a capillary. We are such a root tip. Meditation is the way that we increase the bandwidth to the rest of that network, to the rest of the tree. It is the way that we can receive the precious nutrients that are formed through photosynthesis in the boughs and the branches and the leaves high above in the heavens. But we are underground. We are in hell. Never forget that. So our connection to the heavens must be through ourself, must be through our true nature, which is connected to this tree. And so to go within is to shut out everything out there and spend time interfacing, communing, engaging, speaking to, and listening to, receiving from the great tree, which is, of course, the tree of life. It's not by accident that we picked that metaphor, that analogy, because within all of us is the tree of life. And our mental body, emotional body, vital body, and physical body represent the four bodies of sin. And our consciousness is bottled up in klipoth, in the subconscious mind, where all the egos dwell, where all the demons come up and take they infect our emotional body, mental body, vital body, and motor instinctive sexual centers of our physical body. And they drag us down. So by going within, we can gain that direct connection to the source from whence we came. Because we are part of this tree, this great tree of life. And we have an individual tree of life in microcosm, but of course we are connected to the great cosmic tree in macrocosm. And there are levels and levels and levels to this. So you may hear people often using this terminology, the holographic fractal nature of the universe. And the reason why they use those words and that terminology is because in the realms of physical science and mathematics and visualizations of mathematical formulas, namely the formulas of fractals and chaos theory, we can see visualizations that embody and capture the nature of what we described just a few minutes ago about being a capillary at the end of a root system that's connected to this trunk. And if you know anything about fractals and fractal geometry, you will know that root systems of trees and branches of trees grow in fractal geometric patterns. And if you know anything about holograms, you know that if you take a hologram and cut it up with a pair of scissors, every piece of that hologram contains an image of the whole. And this is why these two analogies are used all the time in the New Age and in other spiritual circles to describe the nature of reality. Unfortunately, people take it too far and they decide, oh, well, there it is. That's it. That's the answer. And then they stop there because, of course, their rational mind wants an oversimplification and wants a silver bullet and a magic pill. And this is where intuition is so important. This is where our innermost doubting Thomas serves us. Our doubt serves us to say, let me go into meditation and verify that. Let me go and connect to the objective source of truth inside of me and validate the veracity of this hearsay, of these statements. Because until I do so, until I verify or validate through my own direct conscious experience, I will not know. I will only believe. And unfortunately, so much of the New Age and so much of contemporary spirituality is just more belief. It's just more blind faith. Many so-called seekers and light workers and this and that, they've found their New Age guru of choice, the one that tells them what they want to hear. And the validation that they were seeking is external validation. They wanted to receive validation from multiple different people and multiple different sources that tell them that, oh, yeah, no, you're right. You're a light worker. You're special. You're magic. You're a god already. And there's no shortage of that. But you see, that's an exact reverse, 180 degrees opposite of what validation really means. And what verification really means. To verify, veritas, truth. Veritas happens to be the root word of very. Very as in extreme, a lot, really. Right? That's why the word really is synonymous with very. Something is really good. Something is very good. because veri is veritas, and really, the root word is real. We're talking about objective truth. Where else can you find objective truth? If not the source of all truth. And the medium of truth is consciousness. It's not the mind. It's not the mind. The mind is a subjective medium. The mind is to truth as a photograph is to reality, or as a video is to reality, or a news story, or any other mediated expression, mediated representation of the truth. To put it another way, the mind is a screen that can receive projections, that can receive images, that can receive presentations. And so the mind represents that which has been projected onto it. But what is the source of the projection? And what's more, how does the representation alter subjectively the information which is being projected onto it? And how do we know when something projected onto the screen of our mind is coming from an objective source or a subjective source, a trusted source or a dubious source? How can we discern the difference? How do we know what's real and what's illusion? All of that depends upon the faculty of free, unconditioned consciousness. But the consciousness is a faculty like any other. It is a faculty which will become atrophied if not exercised. Just as our muscles will become atrophied if we don't lift with them, or our cardiovascular health will become atrophied if we do not exercise and raise our heart rate in order to maintain our cardiovascular fitness. Our conscious fitness is no different. And so, how do we exercise consciousness? You might say to yourself, well, I'm conscious right now. I'm listening to this live stream. Are you? Well, many people think that they can get their exercise just by doing the day-to-day activities of their day. They can burn lots of calories, and so, they get their exercise. But there is something about practice that is unique. Anyone who does exercise by going to the gym or practicing yoga or Pilates or doing high intensity interval training, or they maybe had a home gym, or they do gymnastics or aerobics. There are so many different modalities of physical exercise. But the point is that it's a practice. It's something that you set time aside for and you do it, and whatever you're doing there, it is extraordinary. There is something about the conditioning of the physical body, the exercise, the practice of exercising the physical body, which is unique when you are doing it, including your focus and concentration on nothing else but working the physical body. That is your focus, or at least it should be. It's a practice. And so, likewise, our metaphysical bodies, our vital body, mental body, and astral body, our emotional body, and indeed our causal body and our Buddhic body, because we don't have to limit ourselves to the fourth and fifth dimension, but we go into the sixth dimension, where our causal body, the body of willpower, and our Buddhic body, that's the consciousness, and finally the atmic body, which is our innermost. To be able to have a practice, very often we need a space that is devoted and dedicated to that practice. For many, this is their gymnasium, whether it's a home gym or a gym that they go to. But that space is recognized and understood by all who attend, that this is a place of practice, of work, of exercise. And while we are here, we are focused on doing this particular kind of exercise. And so, even though many gyms have televisions and music and this and that and the other thing, very rarely do you see people actually watching those screens. If you observe people in a gym, of course there will be outliers, but in our experience, when we go to a gym, people are there to work. There's some casual chit chat or socializing, or, oh, hey, how are you doing? And they'll stop for a few minutes and have a quick chat or whatever, and so on and so forth. But generally speaking, the individuals in that gym are there with a purpose. And certainly when they're lifting, or when they're doing their yoga, or they're stretching, or their cardio, or whatever it is they're doing, they might, even if they're listening to music or something, they're still intent and focused on what they're doing. They know why they're there. They might have many different reasons for why they are there, but it doesn't matter. They're all there for a singular purpose: to exercise the physical body, to give the body what it needs, what it craves, which is to be its best, to have its best performance, its best strength, its optimal expression, its optimal existence. As above, so below. Imagine, if you will, just try to reach out with your conscious imagination and visualize a world, specifically here in the West. If people put as much effort and emphasis into exercising their metaphysical bodies as they do taking care of and looking after and exercising their physical bodies, how different would our culture be? How different would the world be? If people were as concerned about being good on the inside, being optimal as they are about looking good on the outside and living optimally physically. Imagine if people put the same effort and emphasis on being optimal metaphysically. Can you even imagine it? A golden age, an enlightened humanity would emerge from that. Now, some of you may be thinking, yeah, but people meditate. People talk about meditation all the time. Ah, people talk about meditation all the time. In the same way, unfortunately, as people talk about nutrition and sports science and fitness gurus and bodybuilding and this and that and the other thing all the time. And do you know how much misinformation and disinformation is out there? And how many misconceptions and misunderstandings there are? And how people can fall into all sorts of obsessive compulsive, fear-based approaches to their physical well-being and optimizing their physical bodies? When it comes to optimizing the metaphysical bodies and exercising our consciousness and exercising our mental and emotional faculties under the banner of concentration and conscious willpower, we run into the same type of misinformation and disinformation, yes, but people don't fall into the same type of fear-based obsession because there is nothing to see. They don't have an image to portray as such. Those who do portray and present a so-called spiritual image, well, that's all in their head anyway. That's all ego. That's all pride. That's all vanity and narcissism. And that's all a projection. That's all a manufactured thing in their mind. So that doesn't require them to actually obsess over meditating. So the way the ego gets in between us and our meditation practice is through laziness, primarily. Laziness and what we might call unethical behavior and wasteful behavior. That is the wasting of our precious creative energy, our vital force, the forces of the vital body, the sexual force. And we've talked about that extensively over the last few weeks so that we don't have to get into it in detail now. Because the creative force is our vital energy. In the same way that we harness that energy when we exercise physically in the gym to build muscle or to condition our cardiovascular fitness or to stretch and, again, condition our joints and ligaments and all the other aspects of our physical body, that same prana, that same vital energy is what we utilize for the sake of our metaphysical bodies. The other word for prana that you are probably aware of is qi. That's the Eastern, from the Chinese tradition of qi. And of course, anybody who has ever done martial arts or Tai Chi or Qigong will be very familiar with how important qi is to those particular physical practices. And this is where the study of such physical traditions, martial arts, again, martial arts, Tai Chi, Qigong, and other such traditions, is because those traditions of physical wellness and well-being are so ancient, their origins were of a time when humanity was still very conscious and aware of their vital body, of their body of prana, their body of chi. And they knew, and in the same way that Chinese medicine, its foundation is all energy, and in the same way that feng shui, even though feng shui has become degenerated, the origins of feng shui are all energy. And people were so conscious and aware of the flow of energy, of chi, and they were so conscious and aware of the chi flowing within themselves that they recognized, realized, and codified and quantified all of their physical activity from that perspective, from the perspective of chi. This is something that in the West, physical scientists, materialist scientists, have yet to fully embrace, despite the fact that every physicist knows that matter doesn't exist, that all matter is energy. And they even proved it with the nuclear explosions and nuclear science and quantum physics. And just as martial arts and yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, etc., all the rest of them are dependent on the foundation of Qi, so too is the metaphysical exercise of meditation dependent upon prana or Qi. We know this also because of our previous live streams about the sexual force and the transmutation of the sexual force, and our discussions around pranayama. Pranayama is the foundation of all meditation. We would not recommend anyone even attempting to meditate without practicing pranayama first for at least a few minutes. At the very least, if you only have time for a 5-minute meditation because who knows, you're waiting for a plane to board in the terminal and you've got 5 minutes to kill and you decide you're going to close your eyes and clear your mind, and well, then at the very least do a few breaths of pranayama. And to think that there are millions of people so-called practicing meditation who know nothing about pranayama. And they're probably fornicating the night before, which means they have no energy with which to meditate. So what are they doing? What are they doing if they're not meditating? They can't meditate. They don't have the energy for it. It's like going to the gym and lifting weights and not eating protein, or trying to do a marathon without eating any carbs. The physical body requires fuel, and the metaphysical bodies require fuel. Someone who does martial arts without a keen conscious awareness of their chi, of their prana, are only going through the motions. They can go through the physical motions. They might even become some kind of a brute, some kind of a jiu-jitsu grappling guy who ends up in an MMA fighting arena and muscles through in a very brute, crude way. But compare that to how Bruce Lee talked about chi and talked about kung fu, when he talked about water. And he said water can flow or water can crash. And he says you put water in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. You put water in a teacup, it becomes the teacup. He was using that analogy of water because prana flows, the sexual force flows. This is why last week, when we were speaking of Divine Mother Devi Kundalini Shakti, how many different analogies of water did we use during last week's live stream? And when you dance or when you move in any intentional way that is a flow, and you find yourself in that flow, in that zone where body and energy and emotions and mind are all harmonized and flowing together in unison. This is when you reach a high level of being in that physical expression aspect of a human being. When you can unify and have all of those different bodies working in unison. But this is only the beginning. This is only we're still talking about the vessel here. We're basically describing all the parts of a car working together. We haven't yet addressed the driver. And that car needs fuel. And that car needs oil. And that driver needs to be aware and present and conscious and have his hands on the wheel. So that driver and vehicle can become one, like horse and rider become one. There are many, many, many ways we can describe this, many analogies that we can go to. So there are prerequisites to our metaphysical practice of meditation. And the most important of these is how we treat our Divine Mother, how we use our sexual energy. Are we creating discord? Are we creating conflict? Are we speaking lies, half-truths? Do we love our sarcasm? Are we identified and attached to being sarcastic and expressing ourselves to others with sarcastic humor? Is that what we find funny, berating others and putting them down, or speaking lies or half-truths, and we think that this is humorous and we're lightening the mood? Are we being narcissistic and selfish? Are we being lazy? How do we spend our time and energy? What do we spend our time and energy on? Do we have many hobbies that are mechanical and unconscious? Do we binge watch shows on Netflix? Do we sit in front of the video game, either on the computer or our smartphones or our console, and whittle away hours of mindlessly clicking buttons or tapping screens or clicking the mouse, mechanically, automatically, in a mode of constant reactivity, where things are happening on the screen and we're just reacting to it. Bang, 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 bang. Or for that matter, do we spend hours on social media in back and forth, reactive, tit for tat arguments with complete strangers about topics that, whether they matter, whether they're important topics or frivolous, irrelevant topics, but we're just on social media picking fights or trolling people or doing whatever. Is this how we're spending our creative energy? Because if this is how we're spending our creative energy, if this is how we are conditioning our prana, conditioning our chi, how are we going to then enter into meditation and apply that discordant, chaotic, negative, mechanical energy and try to create a space of quiet, of peace, of focused concentration, and objective truth? How are we going to receive information objectively, consciously, if all of our energy is discordant because we spend 30 minutes a day in meditation, but the other 23 and a half hours of the day are spent in chaos? And we forget ourselves. And then we go into meditation and think that 30 minutes of meditation is going to bring peace and clear out the rest of the 23 and a half hours in the day. Now, just from that standpoint alone, how laughable is it when you hear about celebrities and musicians and other elites living lavish, hedonistic lifestyles or these crazy, hectic schedules? And how laughable is it when they tell you that they meditate and how good it is and how beneficial it is? Do you think they're really meditating? Do you think they're even capable of meditating? That somebody who spends 99% of their day being ingenuous to themselves and dishonest with the world and hedonistic in all of their cravings and aversions and seeking validation from the public through fame and seeking, again, this lavish lifestyle through their through wealth and the types of personalities, the types of egos that are involved in industries like the music industry or Hollywood or even sports for that matter. We're talking about at the executive level. And look at what stories came out, including the Me Too era, and what many actors, and not just actresses, but many actors, and what many actors have to do to get roles. Now, we didn't talk about that. Nobody talked about that. And what happens to many child actors? Well, they especially didn't want to talk about that. They only wanted to talk about what was politically beneficial to them, what was politically convenient at the time. So these people with these lifestyles, they can meditate? Really? The answer is no, they can't, and no, they don't. Because you cannot spend 99% of your time treating your divine mother like a whore and then expect in 1% of your time to have her behave as a virgin. Because prana is everything. Prana is the foundation of all. The divine mother is on all levels. And just because we talk about prana in the fourth dimension and the ninth sphere doesn't mean that it isn't the foundation of the mind and the heart, but also the willpower and the consciousness. So, in a word, meditation has a prerequisite of universal ethics. And treating others ethically begins at home, begins with ourself, begins with our higher self and our divine mother. Do we make of our divine mother our immortal beloved, as we described last week, that Beethoven addressed all of those never sent love letters to, these love notes that he wrote, but he never sent them, but they were all addressed to his immortal beloved? Do we treat the divine feminine source inside of us with contempt? Or do we glorify her and treat her as she deserves to be treated? And we raise her up on a pedestal. And remember, we're invoking all of these analogies and visualizations in the past few weeks. When we talked about what do you put on a pedestal? You put a statue on a pedestal. You put a statue of a god or a goddess on a pedestal. And how do you do that? Well, if the stone, the foundation stone, the philosophical stone, is sex, and sex is creation, union of masculine and feminine, and the result of sex is something or someone, then what it is that we birth into the world is how we do or do not glorify our innermost being and our divine mother. It's our behavior, it's our actions. So if we act unethically towards others, or if we treat ourselves like a whore, if we are unfaithful to our immortal beloved, and instead we are promiscuous and fornicate with all of our egos, all of our cravings and aversions, and indulge all our desires unabashedly, hedonistically, then I'm sorry. But that 30 minutes a day that you're trying to be holy and spiritual by closing your eyes and meditating, you can't undo all of that mechanical conditioning. All of that unethical behavior cannot be undone in 30 minutes. You cannot escape the hell that you're creating for yourself. You can't crawl up out of the mire every day in 30 minutes. And even if you do, it might take you 30 minutes or 45 or an hour just to get yourself to the point where you've crawled up out of the mire, where you just reach the point where you can begin to meditate. So many people, they will tell you that meditation is beneficial and meditation is great and oh, it's helpful and it's so calming and it's soothing and I feel so great afterwards. Why? Because they're using it exactly as we're describing it. They're using it as a kind of psycho-spiritual cleanse. You know, like all of these celebrities, Gwyneth Paltrow sells these celebrities like hundreds of dollars worth of these like weird douches and all kinds of cleanses and all kinds of this, woo-woo nonsense. So they think that they're cleansing out their system. That's because these people feel so dirty inside. Their hedonistic lifestyle and their psychology is so filthy that these people constantly feel like they need to be cleansing themselves because they can't get rid of that feeling that they're just infested and they're toxic. And that's what they use meditation for. Because for that 30 minutes a day or an hour a day, maybe, we doubt many people do an hour a day, but let's be generous and say that they do 30 minutes a day. For them, they're using meditation, and a lot of them use meditation CDs, guided meditation, and they'll put on their headphones or they'll listen to nature sounds or so-called meditation music. Some will put on mantras and they will put the earphones in and they'll let themselves be whisked away on some visual guided meditation, or just let the sounds and the music, or they'll put in these like different, what do you call them, these binaural beats or these meditation CDs that talk about certain frequencies, and they'll listen to these meditation CDs that just have these sounds or this music that's tuned to certain frequencies. And they're basically doing sound therapy, relaxation exercises. And really that's about it. And they do that for 30 minutes and they get up and they feel better. Of course, you feel better. You've been bathing yourself in a certain frequency for 20 minutes. Or you've been relaxing, you've been doing relaxation exercises and visualization exercises for 20 minutes. So of course, you've distracted your mind, you've distracted your emotions, and you've been bathing your body in these higher frequencies or whatever. So of course, you're going to come out of that feeling great compared to the rest of the time. And you're going to believe that you were meditating, but you weren't. You weren't meditating. All of that's called meditation, and all of that is a lie. That's why we called today's live stream Meditation Myths. Now, aspects of those practices can be incorporated into meditation. And we will get into that in just a moment. But aspects of something do not that something make. Flour and eggs and sugar are all aspects of vanilla cream pie. But do you go to your cupboard and grab a cup of flour and a cup of sugar, pour them in a bowl, crack an egg in it, whisk it up and eat it, and tell yourself that you've had a vanilla cream pie? Meditate on that visualization that we just shared with you. Go into your cupboard Go and grab some dry ingredients, toss them into a bowl and try to eat it if you can't meditate on it. Do it for real. And realize at least 90% of people who think they're meditating think that those dry ingredients are a vanilla cream pie. And why is that? Because the sugar in the flour or the cocoa or whatever it is those dry ingredients are that they're eating is so much sweeter and better and more nutritious than what they're doing the rest of the time, is that it's a step up. It's actually an improvement over what the rest of their lives are like. So imagine if eating a vanilla cream pie, the dry ingredients of a vanilla cream pie represented an improvement on your general diet. Now we're using this as a metaphor, okay? So don't misunderstand us. Because as bad as the American diet is, with as much junk food and garbage that people put into their bodies, that cannot hold a candle to the crap, the garbage, the junk food that people put into their mind and their heart. And the absolute industrialized, mechanical, fast food, junk food conditioning of the consciousness that is taking place. So, of course, taking 30 minutes out of your day to relax, to be at peace, to visualize beautiful scenes, to listen to beautiful sounds of nature, or to listen to unique high frequencies and do that audio therapy, wow, it's a huge improvement. It's a step up. It's going to make you feel great. But it's not meditation. That's flour and sugar and eggs, but it's not yet a pie. Let's go back to Kundalini King, who has a few comments here for us. One was, he said, good afternoon, Kundalini King. It's nice to have you with us. Thank you for being here. And he says, that's what happens when you brake in a motorcycle. You become one with it. It's amazing. There are many, many examples of that. You can get into the zone jogging. You can get into the zone skiing. You can get into the zone riding a bicycle, a motorcycle, driving a car, riding a horse, and you feel man and machine become one. It's a well-known trope. It's practically a cliche. Kundalini also says, now, please, no one shoot the messenger on this one. We're just sharing what somebody else posted in the chat. Kundalini King says, media is a woman. That's all we're going to say, and we're just going to move right along. Tiffany says, I heard about a new app for OCD. It's a cupboard where you can arrange and straighten the items on the shelf. There may be other things to do as well, but the cupboard straightening is what was shared. Oh, and she says, it's an app game. It's for people who have OCD. They can basically, it's an app on their phone or their tablet where they just basically like rearrange the cupboard. That's what you're telling me. And no doubt they have to have an app because their cupboards are all obviously already immaculate and perfectly aligned, and all the spices are in alphabetical order. Okay, well, we'll have to look that up. We'll have to look that one up just out of curiosity, because that sounds as humorous and as sad as it sounds. Benjamin says, when a person can't find a deep sense of meaning, they distract themselves with pleasure. That's from Viktor Frankl. Yeah, absolutely. We, not long ago, we watched a video on YouTube that was a cosplayer. Do you guys know what cosplay is? It's the people who dress up like superheroes and their favorite characters from movies and comic books and all that kind of stuff. And then they go to conventions and they in their costume, they're cosplaying. And we watched this this video of this cosplayer, and let's see if we can show this to you. Oh, hang on a second. Okay, we're gonna mute it. Okay, we're gonna see how this works. Where's our StreamYard? So StreamYards went away. Okay, we're going to try and share this with you. Okay, so we're gonna hide. Now, this is in the context of what Benjamin is saying here. When a person can't find a deep sense of meaning, they distract themselves with pleasure. We're gonna run off on a tangent with this one, but we're not gonna play the sound because we don't want to get copyright struck on the video, because the music is probably copyrighted. So so just look at this woman's cosplay. You know what? I think that we may be playing it too fast. Anyway, well, it is what it is. You guys can get a sense of this is all the same woman. This is 10 years of her cosplaying. It's like it's superheroes, Thor and Frozen and Catwoman and Poison Ivy and the Joker and Harley Quinn and it just goes on and on and on, right? There's Black Swan and Black Widow and yeah, that girl from Beetlejuice, and there's Beetlejuice himself, and then Cruella DeVille and the I can't even keep up with the video, right? So you get a sense of you get a sense, right? Okay. Okay, that's one woman's so-called hobby. Okay. Now let's bring it back to Benjamin's comment here. All of these characters represent archetypal aspects or archetypes in our modern mythologies. And many of these characters, not all of them, but many of them represent archetypal truths. So they're archetypal heroes. Imagine if this individual took just a fraction of the time and energy that she spent on looking like these characters. We'll just let it play in the background. Imagine if she spent half the time and energy that she spent making herself look like these heroes, and instead applied that energy and that focus to embodying the archetypal heroism embodied in these characters, in these mythical archetypes. When Benjamin says, when a person can't find a deep sense of meaning, they distract themselves with pleasure. This is what cosplay is. They know intuitively, they feel, they sense a deep connection with the archetype of the character, but they can't make that deep connection through themselves, within themselves. So they have no choice but to be duped by the rational mind, and the bait and switch takes place, and they become distracted with the superficial expression of the archetype. And what do? They mimic it. They mimic it on the surface instead of seeking to embody it within. Like we said earlier, imagine if the world spent half the energy that they do on looking good and going to the gym and watching their diet and nutrition and everything else, imagine if they spent half that energy being metaphysically good and optimizing themselves metaphysically. Cosplay is the absolute pinnacle expression of this, because you cannot deny the time and energy and effort and creative energy that was spent on this hobby. The artistry, the imagination, the creative energy that this woman expended upon superficially looking like these heroes and heroines, instead of embodying what they represent. Another way to express this is idolatry. This is the essence of idolatry. When you idolize, you become obsessed with the surface of things instead of connecting with and embodying the deep universal truths that those superficial expressions embody, that the superficial expressions represent, that the signs and symbols and characters represent. The personification of God, for instance, and the gods and goddesses, the personification of that is there to assist us in identifying with and recognizing a mirror unto our true selves. But what happens? People become identified with the personalities, especially this was the big problem in Hinduism too, because they have millions of gods, and they have over a billion people worshiping millions of gods, and everybody has their own favorite. It's the same thing that happened in Greece and in Rome, when you had this vast pantheon of gods, and it just ended up in idolatry. Or people had their favorites, and they played their favorites. But it was all just superficial stuff, just like today with superheroes and cosplay. In fact, the Greek theater was born out of the Dionysian festival, where people basically were dressed up like the gods and goddesses and did what, they drank wine, which they thought was a magical substance, a transmuted magical substance that altered their state of consciousness. It wasn't really wine. It was the precursor to wine. It's called must. It's when you juice grapes with your feet. Invariably, it's going to start going rancid right away. And it's that slightly fermented grape juice. But in that time, people had zero alcohol tolerance. So it was like 1%, 2%. But that was enough to get people drunk and have these big drunken orgies, these essentially naked drunken festivals, the Dionysian festival. And of course, it was in worship to Dionysus. This dress up, this cosplay goes all the way back in antiquity, because all religions degenerate into this at some point. Look, they even dress up little kids in Catholic schools to do the Passion Play. And we have the Stations of the Cross in Catholicism as well, where pageantry replaces comprehension, and the surface level ritual becomes a stand-in and replaces deep connection and comprehension that the ritual is meant to represent. So Again, imagine if the individuals spending their lives on this hobby of cosplay took a fraction of the time and energy that they spent on it, meditating on their heroes and heroines instead, meditating on those archetypes, instead of just pretending to be them, trying to embody them and embody those truths. You can do that in meditation. And you can receive from the world of archetypes the information that you need in order to become an embodiment of that truth. That's what inform means, to inform, to take something from the world of archetypes and put it into form, put it into your body so that you can embody it. There's no ambiguity here in the language. There's nothing clever about the language here. It is exact and precise and objective. And the purpose of meditation is information. And why you are watching Atlas in formation. Because the mortal body here, waving his hands about and desperately tripping over his words as he's attempting to use his monkey mind to communicate and reflect to you the information he's receiving from the world of archetypes, and he's limited and handicapped by his defects and vices that he's constantly having to wrestle with. But at least we've made a point of our life to attempt to embody those truths for your sake. As clumsily as we might do it sometimes, and as frenetically as we might do it sometimes, as we attempt to contain and meter out in a measured way, in a tempered way, the intensity of alux, of the Christ. But if we did not meditate on a daily basis and did not practice self-observation and self-remembering, and if we didn't daily go to that gymnasium, it's the first thing that we do every day to prepare ourselves for the day, then we would be a complete basket case. Way worse than however we might be tripping over our words and how frenetic and how chaotic at times when clearly we're being overwhelmed with an intensity and an energy behind the truth that we're sharing with you, and also the passion that we have for suffering humanity, and the passion that we have for what in business we call opportunity cost. In business, opportunity cost is not the cost of doing something, the cost of not doing something else. That you add to the cost of what you're doing. So forget about the cost of time and energy of that this woman put into her hobby, okay? Because there was a cost, a real energetic, material, financial, and time cost and investment into doing all this. But what about the opportunity cost? You see, we have to add the opportunity cost to the cost of the distraction and the cost of the pleasure, because the distraction and the pleasure doesn't just come at the cost of the time and energy we put in it. It comes at the cost of what we didn't do with that time and energy that we could have done, but we didn't do. That's the opportunity cost that we have to put on top of all of our wasted time and energy on our frivolous hobbies and our frivolous pleasures, which are fleeting at best. Now, again, we're not saying there's anything wrong with being a cosplayer or having this hobby, because clearly it takes a lot of dedication and time and energy and skill and artistry and imagination to do all this. We're not taking anything away from this person and their hobby. But still, for us, just a fraction, 10% of the time and energy. And clearly you can tell she's a very nice person. She's a very, and this is what's so heartbreaking and why we get so passionate about this, because you can look in her eyes and you can see in her all of this passion, this energy, this creative drive to embody these universal truths, this heroism, but also the villainy, right? Some of these are villains. She also understands and comprehends that you got to experience both. You got to know both the light and the dark, so that there's shadow work here. There's all kinds of passion for knowing good and evil, for gnosis, but all that passion and energy is being funneled to superficial idolatry. And the results are astounding. They're mesmerizing. It's really easy to be impressed by this and go, wow, and be distracted by it and not see and not recognize the opportunity cost, the opportunity lost. 10 years of conscious development, of bringing your innermost being into the world, of embodying, of informing the world with the fundamental universal truths that these archetypal characters are attempting to express and represent, and taking and channeling all of that passion, all of that drive, all of that creative energy, and clearly a joie de vivre and a kindness and a motivation to share with others her creations. And the creations are herself. She is the canvas. So you see all of this, in all of this, there's this lamentable reality there. And as impressive as all this is, we're not impressed. We're sad. That's a very, very long tangent based on Benjamin's comment here. But it was apropos, and it was just serendipitous that we watched this video this week. Kundalini King says, Hollywood is a dump. Been there. It was horrible. And he also says, the mire is a beautiful thing. And then he said, no, that's gross. That was to a comment we were mentioning about Can't remember exactly what we were saying at the time when he said that. Diana says, so sad but true. Tiffany says, this was in reference to distraction with games, that you were talking about distractions. So this earlier, Tiffany mentioned that app about OCD, and that there's an app, somebody's made an app where you can rearrange shelves with if you have OCD. And yeah, so video games are very much a distraction. And why we enjoy playing video games in which we have so much control, and we control heroes, and we do heroic deeds, and we slay demons and dragons and all sorts of things in virtual worlds, precisely to distract us from having to do those things in our own psyche, in our own subconscious mind. Kundalini King says, it's myself and my wife listening. Say hello to Bunny. She is painting, and if you say hello to her, you say hello to her, she will blush, and that will be awesome. Hello, Bunny. Nice to have you there in the background painting. And Kundalini King also says, we love cosplay in the bedroom. Tiffany says, Bowie, and she said Bowie twice. Yeah, that was Bowie from Labyrinth, actually. And well, that's another topic. Benjamin says, the other Benjamin Ochoa says, they're sufficing or making up for the gap social media and the real world are dreading, me thinking about it. So they're sufficing or making up for the gap that social media and the real world are dreading, and me thinking about it. Kundalini King asks Benjamin, are you married, brother? And Kundalini says something like 3% at most. Benjamin says, creating is how I'm thinking about it, was the last part of the prior comment. Sorry. Okay. So they're sufficing or making up for the gap social media and the real world are creating, is how I'm thinking about it. Okay. Benjamin tells Kundalini King, nope, he's not married. Mugaboo22 says, I miss Azazil's humor and comments. Yes, well, we don't know where Azazel is right now. He might be playing Diablo 4 for all we know. But anyway, that's, you know, that lately we've been making these short form summaries of our live streams, and you know, people are busy, and for him it's pretty late, right? Because he's what, 6 hours, 7 hours ahead of us. So Kundalini asks, where is her man? And he says, I created my own archetypes, hence the Kundalini King. He says, I was Snake Jones, but the hero dies. And Joanna says, this is absolutely riveting. Thank you, Atlas, for such penetrating insight on archetypes and more. All right. We won't spend any more time on the conceptualizations or philosophy around meditation and what meditation isn't. We think we spent enough time on it, and also we feel like we've gotten across the point that spiritual practice is, in a very real way, just like the cultivation, it's like bodybuilding or any type of physical activity for the optimization of the physical body, the mortal vessel. We have an immortal vessel called the monad. And that immortal vessel must be upgraded from its present nature, which is lunar, because it's trapped in the mechanical ego, and it must be upgraded to solar, So the lunar bodies must be transformed into the solar bodies. Or more aptly described, the solar bodies must be created. And they're created from what is released and recovered from the lunar bodies. So it's the caterpillar metamorphosizing, the caterpillar transforming into the butterfly. But it's the chrysalis inside the cocoon that devours the caterpillar, and the butterfly is born from the chrysalis. So when we talked about the annihilation and elimination of egos last week, we need to put that into the context of meditation and how meditation is the primary vehicle that we use to accomplish that task. So even though, and we've described this 2 weeks ago when we were talking about Tantra, white Tantra specifically, that many Gnostics, many esotericists will practice a whole lot of white Tantra, but they won't work on the elimination of their egos. They don't meditate on their egos. And so they're becoming just more entrenched Hasnamusan with dual centers of gravity. Because if you try creating the solar bodies without eliminating the lunar bodies, you can do that. But what you end up with is a split center of gravity. You end up as a Hasnamusan. And we have an entire live stream on the topic of Hasnamusan and the Hasnamus. And you can find that in our Atlas Live stream on YouTube. We can't tell you how many months ago now, or if it was season 3, we believe. So it was last year, we believe. But we can't tell you right away which one it is. So preparation for meditation begins in the hours of the day that we are not meditating. We are practicing self-observation and self-remembering. We are living from the perspective of the AUM of Life, and we are remembering our Divine Mother. And again, there's been a progression in these live streams for the past 6 weeks now. And meditation is sort of the capstone that comes along, because meditation has been mentioned in all of them. But we can't actually talk about meditation unless we first talk about prana and pranayama and give all the background that we've given over the last few weeks in order so that we could have the conversation that we were having today about what meditation isn't and the requirements for meditation. But now you've spent your day as best you can, remembering yourself, remembering your Divine Mother, observing yourself, one eye in, one eye out, right? In other words, what people call being mindful. And you've tried to be your best self. You've tried to treat others ethically. You've tried to treat yourself with self-respect and dignity. And you've tried to remain calm and relaxed and observant, but we're only human. And at the best of times, we've lost our temper, or we got frustrated, or we felt sad, or we felt gluttonous, or we were lazy, or proud, or fearful. But you had an opportunity to observe all that without judgment, without condemnation of yourself, without berating yourself. And if you do have a voice in your head that likes to berate yourself when you do something wrong, you observe that as well. And you recognize that that voice in your head is not who you are. So now it's the evening, it's the end of the day, you're winding down. Instead of watching that late night talk show or whatever, you decide, I'm going to take a half an hour or an hour and I'm going to meditate on my egos. I'm going to do what's called a retrospection meditation. Now, what does that entail? To retrospect on your day. Clearly, this is going to require visualization. It's going to require remembering, playing out scenarios that you experienced during that day, which is why self-observation is so important, because if you don't observe yourself, you don't have any content, you don't have any material to work with in retrospection meditation. If you haven't observed your egos throughout the day, then how are you going to study them and analyze them and meditate on them? You can't, because you have nothing to work with. It's like we said last week about being in the courtroom and asking your divine mother to eliminate your egos. You're asking the judge and the jury to pass judgment without providing them any evidence? You have to give them the evidence. Well, how do you provide the evidence? That's why there's two aspects to prosecution. There's the prosecution and the clever attorney and all the arguments, the presentation of the evidence, the presentation of the case. But someone has to collect the evidence. Someone has to do the detective work. Remember, we talked about this last week. So meditation is the compiling of the evidence and allowing for the consciousness to lead us in crafting the case and allowing the case to reveal itself to us, and the recounting of the evidence and the case and making of the case until, like we described last week, and what we did, we released a short on YouTube this week talking about in the courtroom drama A Few Good Men, at the moment when Tom Cruise gets Jack Nicholson's character to admit that he ordered the code red. And it's this revelation, it's this spark, it's this moment where the entire courtroom is silenced because this skilled attorney just bested this veteran Marine general, military general, career military man. So this is that moment that we are looking for in meditation. But this moment doesn't come from the mind. This is not an intellectual process. This is not any sort of deductive reasoning or logic or anything of the kind. This is a conscious, experiential analysis of looking at the evidence, of being witness, and going deeper into the truth of the moment at which we were possessed by those egos. Retrospection meditation is us returning to the scene of the crime and doing conscious forensic analysis, a conscious forensic work. And you think of what a forensic scientist, what a forensic examiner does at a crime scene. Do they intellectualize? Do they theorize? No, they gather evidence. They gather forensic evidence, fingerprints, DNA, body fluids, if that's, the type of crime that they're investigating, and they bullet fragments. In other words, the hard evidence, the stuff that our Thomas needs, our innermost aspect of our being, the stuff of experiential knowledge, all of the clues. What made Sherlock Holmes such a remarkable character and such a compelling character was that he too was a forensic examiner. He had this incredible ability, and the way he was written by Arthur Conan Doyle, when he entered into a space, his abilities to consciously examine and be present and be aware and look at the evidence, and his deductive reasoning, he was able to play out these scenarios and reconstruct the crime based on his forensic examination. His conscious awareness, when he looked at the angle of this and the way this happened and the way this was affected and that was affected, and this person gave this testimony and that person gave that testimony, and how the timing of those testimonies lined up, and he was able to use deductive reasoning to put it all together based on the forensic evidence. Now, we don't want to use deductive reasoning in meditation, but the other aspect, the forensic examination, that's what we want. The deductive reasoning, the comprehension, happens in consciousness. That's what we're waiting for. Our innermost Sherlock Holmes to put it all together and piece it all together for us and present us with the information. In many ways, and this is a very, very real one-to-one literal translation of the Arthur Conan Doyle Sherlock Holmes archetype. We are Watson. This is why Watson exists. Watson does all the physical stuff. So Watson represents the physical body, and Sherlock Holmes represents the innermost. Now, Sherlock Holmes is the forensic examiner, and he does the deductive reasoning, meaning he puts it all together. He solves the case. In us, we do the forensic examination. We gather the evidence. So we, Watson, do the forensic examination, and our innermost Sherlock Holmes pieces it all together and presents the case. That's the comprehension. So it's not perfectly aligned, because you couldn't actually write a detective story this way. So Arthur Conan Doyle had no choice. He had to combine the forensic examination and the deductive reasoning part, and he had to put that into his hero. But at least he kept Watson there as the relationship between the higher self and the mortal self. And Watson does all the physical stuff, right? He's the one that, because a lot of these, in these adventure stories, these Sherlock Holmes serials, there is an action component to it. Many times suspects need to be chased down. there are people trying to murder Sherlock Holmes, and it's always Watson. Watson is the one who carries the gun. He's the strong man. He's the muscle of the outfit, right? He's the muscle. Sherlock Holmes is the brains. Watson is the muscle. And that's the dynamic. But that archetypal dynamic, that's Frodo and Sam from Lord of the Rings. And so many other dualities where there is the sort of more muscular or the sort of fat or anyway more earthy characters who's he's not dumb, but he's a little dull. And he's certainly dull compared to the brains of the operation. It's Timon and Pumbaa from The Lion King in that particular duo. But anytime you have this like duo character situation, very often it's this archetypal dynamic where one's the smart one, but a bit of a weakling, and the other strong one, the brute, the muscle, is not quite so bright up there. And then that's reflected in Sherlock Holmes. So we can comprehend and understand these on this archetypal level, that during the day, when we're doing our self-observation, we're collecting evidence. We want to observe life and the world and everything around us with that forensic examiner eye, the eye of a forensic examiner, not a theorist, not a speculator, and certainly not a commentator, a cynic or a critic. We just want to observe reality as it is, see things as they are, and see ourselves as we are, and how ourselves are reacting, how our mechanical ego, rational mind, and mechanical emotional reactions are reacting to the facts around us. And then if we happen to receive intuition and guidance and insight and inspiration and imagination, we also observe that. But we observe it objectively, forensically, so that later in meditation, we can perform the equivalent of deductive reasoning with the understanding that that process is a conscious one. It's not one that takes place in our mind. This is why we need meditation, because we need to get the mind under control, reined in, and we get the mind clear so that the mind can be the whiteboard onto which we can piece together the case. We start with this. We begin with this because the type of meditation that we're talking about here is the most important kind. So how do we get to that point? Now we know what our goal is. We know what the work that we're going to be doing in meditation is. Well, how do we actually go about doing this work? Well, you can't just close your eyes and start doing it. There's a process. And we're going to get into that process in just a moment, but not before we cover some of these comments. Mugaboo22 says, I was complaining to Imana, God, last week. I have searched for you my whole life. All I ever got was dogma and beliefs, religions, and all the books I ever read, many, never completely quenched my thirst for the divine. Sure, sometimes I am filled with love and compassion, seeing strangers and fellow humans, but I am yet to see God's face. This is because you are not going through life with one eye in and one eye out. You have forgotten your divine mother and you've forgotten your higher self. You've been looking for God out there, but if you don't look with your third eye, if you don't look remembering God, then God cannot whisper to you, there I am. You see that? That's me. Only God can see God. Only our innermost intimate Christ can know God. The ego mind can't know God. The ego mind is not going to let you do that. It's not going to. The ego mind is not going to say, "Hey, there's God over there." Are you kidding me? The whole purpose of the ego is to blind you to God. What do you think all those atheists are doing? They're studying the universe, they're scientists and everything else, and they refuse to see God in the very things that they're studying because they're using the wrong tools. They're relying on the wrong faculties. If you're relying on yourself with a small s, you will never see God. But if you remember yourself and you have one eye in and one eye out, in other words, you're looking at the world with one eye, your third eye, and you're remembering your divine mother, you're remembering God, and you know that in principle God is in everything, then when you have one of those moments, when you hear Mozart's music, or when you watch the film The Mission starring Robert De Niro, it's from the 80s, and we've played that scene from The Mission before. But if you haven't seen that movie, watch that scene on YouTube. Watch the movie if you can find it. And there's a scene where Rodrigo, played by Robert De Niro, he's a Spanish conquistador, is doing a penance, and he's carrying his armor, and he's trying to climb a cliff, carrying his 150 pounds of conquistador armor on his back. And they encounter, and he's decided to be a Jesuit because he murdered his brother in a heat of passion. And in his penance, he's wants to become a Jesuit priest, and this penance of him carrying his armor on his back is his attempt to pay his karma, or at least show his contrition for murdering his brother. But they're trying to get up this cliff and this waterfall, and they encounter the indigenous Indians, the indigenous tribe that Rodrigo, as a conquistador, had stolen natives from and sold them into slavery. And when you see that confrontation and what happens, if you are not moved to tears, it means you're not watching the film with your third eye. You're not watching the film with your heart. You're not allowing your innermost to be present with you and watching that film with you. Because if you allow your higher self to watch that film with you, and you surrender, you allow your higher self to reveal to you what's taking place in that scene, in that movie, then he'll show you. And you'll know, you'll see God, all right. And you'll see God there on the screen. You'll see God in that movie. But if you just watch that movie with your head, and if you just watch that movie as your false self, you're never going to see God. You're never going to see God there. You're going to see what you're going to see. Who knows what you're going to see? Whatever your rational mind tells you you're going to see, or your rational mind says, this movie is boring. 15 minutes of this guy dragging his armor through the jungle and trying to get up this cliff. This is stupid. Who knows? I don't know what your ego mind is going to come up with, your AI mind is going to come up with to prevent you, to distract you from what your innermost being is trying to whisper to you through the still soft voice, which is, there I am, right there. But that's why you're tuning in, because the whole point of meditation is to practice, is to exercise that connection to your higher self. You find God first and foremost within yourself. Just like I did when I was 5 years old, that I started today's live stream talking about. And we began our book, chapter 1, relaying the story of when we were 5 years old. We closed our eyes and said, God is in there. We have to find God. Or at least something is in there. We have to find it. So you have to do that. And the only way to do that is to meditate. Dylan says, don't want to get off topic. In regards to meditation, with respect to auras, are we to go with their flow? They feel like they want to go up. If you don't work with them, they seem to leave your view. We don't see auras. We don't have that type of clairvoyance. So we don't even know exactly what you're talking about here. When you say, with respect to auras, are we to go with their flow? They feel like they want to go up. We don't know exactly what you mean when you refer to that. Are you referring to prana? Are you referring to chi? Because those are related to auras, but auras are just the visual representation of that, of your energy. It's just the makeup of your energy field. Some people can see them. So when you say auras, we can't see them. So we don't relate to anything that we're talking about here using that terminology. So we really can't answer the question to you. If you're talking about chi or the sexual force, then yes, you want it to flow up and around. You want to do pranayama. You want to circulate that energy up and atom. And we talked about this last week and the previous week, which was dedicated to the law of sex and the law of life, the Divine Mother. And we dedicated, 7-8 hours to talking about how to work with that energy and work with that flow. Seeing auras is, for many people, a distraction, actually, because they put way too much emphasis on it. And they read way too much into it. So anyway, that's the answer that we can give you. Mugaboo22 says, a voice told me maybe if you spent as much energy seeking God as you do chasing sex, but then again, sex is easier to find than God. Not true. Not for us. Fornication, maybe. Meaningless, pointless sex, maybe. But in our case, we've been celibate for several years now because we're not interested in meaningless animal sex. So the sacred sex, the white tantra, that is the only type of sex that we will have, a partner who is willing and able to, that we have the affinity with, that we have the serendipitous connection with, to be able to partake in that highest yogic practice of white tantra. That's one of the hardest things to find. You will find God within yourself long before you will find a partner to practice white tantra with. Joanne says, I love the shorts, by the way. They are excellent and useful. Well, we're glad about that. we're gonna see if we can figure out a way to also upload them to Facebook, but that's a technical thing. We'll jump off that bridge when we get to it. And Azazil says, I'm still here, Mugaboo. Mugaboo says, good to see you. And he says, same. Benjamin says, the one eye in and one eye out metaphor is like David and Joshua in the Bible. It could also be an analogy as David, the inner pillar, and Joshua, the outer pillar, in context, the shepherd and his dog. Yeah, sure. Okay. And Dylan, his guest, is following up by saying, they come in waves, white light, almost look like winged angels, not a chakra aura or any of that new age internet stuff, LOL. Also, light coding, supposedly the colors you are meditating have meaning. Sorry. Also, light coding, supposedly the colors you see meditating have meaning. That's why we asked, have always wondered about the lights. So you're not really talking about auras, you're talking about the lights that you see in meditation. Yeah, anybody who tells you anything about what those lights mean, they're all making that shit up. The lights don't mean anything. The individual chakras have different colors, but if anyone thinks that by going into meditation and observing colors in meditation, they're going to decide what the information that they're receiving based on some arbitrary codification of what the colors mean, that's entirely intellectual psychobabble bullshit. That's complete. I don't know. We don't know where you read that or saw that, but wherever you did, there's no truth to it. There's nothing practically useful about that. It's somebody somewhere writing a book. No, we're talking about no. It's not that. Okay, it's not the observation of colors that's wrong. It's your statement here about supposedly the colors you see have meaning. No, they don't. The only meaning that they have is what your rational mind is ascribing to them, is projecting onto them. When you go deeper into meditation and out of the colors reveal themselves an actual image, not psychedelic, mumbo jumbo, but an actual image forms in your mind's eye. And it forms with the clarity that you would expect from your physical eyes. So we're not talking about the, closing your eyes and just imagining now. We're talking about actual real inner insight, inner visualization that will emerge out of the focal point of concentrated focus and meditation, and will come out of the focal point of, where these lights are appearing in your meditation, your mind's eye. They will synthesize and create an actual image. That's what the lights that you're seeing, you're basically, what you're looking at is the palette from which an image can be formed, can again come into formation. But the individual colors themselves have no meaning. That's like looking at the palette of an artist that they're holding in their hand and judging deciding what their painting means because you're judging the colors that they have in their palette. That's what we're responding to. So not the fact that you are observing colors in meditation. No, because we also mentioned that we saw colors even as a 5-year-old squinting our eyes shut, right? When we were meditating at the age of 5, of course we saw colors. But even then we knew that the colors didn't mean anything. Benjamin says, oh yeah, love the shorts. Okay. So we're all caught up on chats. So you sit down to meditate, or you lie down to meditate. We've said this before. You can sit if you want. If you have to sit in the lotus position, you're welcome to, but we don't recommend it. If you've been sitting in the lotus position all your life and you've been sitting on the floor all your life, that's one thing. But if you've been sitting in chairs all of your life, and unless you do yoga regularly, and unless you find the lotus position really, really comfortable, and you can sit in the lotus position for extended periods of time without getting cramps, without getting lower back pain, without slouching, without letting your spine go this way or that way or bend or flex, right? If you can do that in the lotus position for at least half an hour, then perhaps you can meditate in the lotus position. We recommend meditating in a comfortable chair, and the more comfortable chair, the better. But we really recommend lying down if, and only if, you can do so without falling asleep. If you fall asleep while trying to meditate because the bed you're in is too comfortable or the chair you're in is too comfortable, move to a different chair. Don't put 3 fluffy pillows under your head. Put a very thin rolled up towel or something under your head just so your spine can stay straight. You want to be comfortable, but you don't want to be indulgent. Like you're not getting ready to go to sleep. You're getting ready to do work, but that work requires absolute relaxation. So what you want is a balance between completely letting yourself go in every aspect like you would when you fall asleep versus putting yourself into an uncomfortable position that you will not be able to hold, and it's unsustainable because your mind is going to start interrupting you with, oh my God, I'm so uncomfortable and I got a cramp in my leg, and and you start fidgeting and squirming and all that kind of stuff. You can't meditate in a state like that. You simply can't. So there's a happy medium between too far over here and too far over there. And the middle road is be very, very comfortable, but not indulgent. We meditate lying down. We can meditate in a chair. We can meditate on a plane. We can meditate on a bus. But when we are at home, why wouldn't we put ourselves in the most comfortable position and the most effective position? And it's also, I guess, a bias because we began meditating at the age of 5 in bed. We were in bed lying down when we began. So it's, for us, the most effective way. Now, the corpse pose is how you do that lying down. So your heels are very close together, but your feet are kind of fanned out like this, and your arms are at your side. But you can also meditate in a star. So in basically the Vitruvian Man, right? Leonardo da Vinci's drawing of Vitruvian Man. So you can spread your legs out, and then you put your arms out at 90 degrees perpendicular to your body. And you can, so you need at the minimum, you need like a queen size bed to be able to do this, or on the floor. But you need a big enough space where you're not touching anything, right? So if you have a nice open space, you put a yoga mat down, or you have a nice thick carpet or whatever, and then you put a rolled up towel under your head so your neck is and spine is straight, and then you can spread yourself out like a star. It's also a fantastic position to meditate in while you're lying down. The first thing you do is breathe and relax. Oh, Tiffany seems to be back somewhat. She's still muted. Oh, now
No,
she's on. Oh, hi. Okay, did you get your all your technical stuff worked out, do you think?
We'll see. So far, so good.
So far, so good. Well, you sound clear, so that's a good sign.
All right, great.
So we were just getting into, did you have any questions? Did you want to ask something? Did you want that you popped on here or?
Only wondering if you're going to walk us through a meditation. I just thought of that as you're like, oh, Tiffany's here.
In fact, we were just about to get started. So
Perfect.
So, but I saw you in the backstage, and I said, well, if you're there, you might be there for a reason. So, I wanted to get you on and make sure that that we addressed what that you wanted to know. So, are you okay then if we minimize you then, and we'll continue with the because I'm assuming that if we're going to walk you through some stuff, you're going to want to actually do it as we're walking you through it, right?
I am prepared and ready to do that. Yes.
Okay, so all right, so thanks for popping on, and we're gonna take you off there. So we'll so you can do anything that we do out loud. You can do out loud as well, and it won't come through over the microphone. Okay.
All right. Great.
All right. Okay. And just very quickly, Mugaboo says the technique you teach here of observing, investigating egos, building a case against them to the Holy Mother is tried and true. We're going to work our way up to get there today now in meditation because what we covered the last part last week with the court case. We got to work our way and get ourselves there first, and that's what we're doing today. So you begin. So put yourself in a comfortable position. We're going to try to tone down our voice now here. Close your eyes. We're going to see if we can take things down a couple notches here. And you want to breathe, of course, into your solar plexus. That's into your belly, or yogic breathing, if you understand it in those terms. And in through the nose, out through the mouth. Do this a few times. In through the nose, out through the mouth. And as you're doing that, let yourself sink deeper into the mattress, into your chair, into your yoga mat. It's on the out breath where when all the air is expelled from your lungs, take a moment and just sink. Let gravity take you. And just let whatever it is that is holding you up do all the work. If it's the floor, if it's your bed, if it's your chair, you put all of your weight into it. Now, the first thing we're going to do is relax. Begin at your feet. Put your conscious attention on your feet. Take a deep breath in and out, and let go any tension, any stress in your feet. If any muscles were clenched, just let them go. And now move your attention to your ankles and breathe and let them go. And now your calves. Breathe in, let them go. Relax. Completely let your calves go. Let go of any tension, any stress. Move to your knees. In breath and out through the mouth. And let go. Any stress, tension, any pain, any stiffness. Just breathe it out. Now move up to your quads, the front of your legs, your quadriceps. Take a nice deep breath in the nose and out through the mouth, and let go of your quads. Now move around to your hamstrings. Take a deep breath and out through the mouth and let them go. All tension, all stress. Just release all your muscles. No tension whatsoever. Now move your conscious attention to your glutes. If you're sitting on a chair, you'll probably be very aware of them, but even if you're lying down, we carry a lot of tension in our glutes, our gluteus maximus. We often, when we observe ourselves, we will often find ourselves clenching our muscles of our glutes. So take a nice, slow, deep breath in through the nose. And hold it a bit, and then out through the mouth, and really let those glutes go. Really relax them. Let them turn into two big, pudgy pillows, and let all the stiffness release out of those muscles. If you need to do a second breath, do so. Breathe as many times into that particular body part as is necessary, and then release it. Now put your attention on your hips, on your pelvic area. And with your attention in that area, breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth, and let it go. Move up your torso to your solar plexus and around your back, your lower back. Take a nice deep breath in and breathe into your lower spine. And breathe out and relax, and let all the vertebrae, let them expand the space between the vertebrae. Move your conscious awareness up to your chest. Breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth. Relax your pectoral muscles. Move your awareness to your back, your upper back, your deltoids, back of the shoulders, the upper spine. Breathe in and breathe out. Release all tension, all stress. Go to your upper arms, your biceps, your triceps, your shoulders. Breathe in and breathe out. Let it all go. Your elbows, your forearms. Breathe in and out. Now your hands, your wrists, the palms, the back of your hands, your fingers. Breathe in and out. Relax and let everything just collapse into your chair, your mattress, your yoga mat. Now, move your conscious awareness to your neck, to the vertebrae of your neck. Take a nice deep breath. And out. Let go your neck, let your head rest. And let the floor, or if you're balancing your head on your neck, let your head, the weight of it, completely be balanced and taken. Now focus on the muscles of your cheekbones, your jawbone, and the hinge of your jawbone. Deep breath in and relax. Let your jaw hang loose. Focus on your brow, your forehead, your temples, your eyeballs, the muscles behind your eyes. Breathe in and out. Release it all. Make sure that your jaw is still hanging. Everything is wanting to slip and slide off your skull. All the skin, all the muscles want to just slide off of your skull. They're so relaxed. Focus on your scalp, the top of the head, all the other muscles of your head, and at the back of the head where your skull meets your neck. Take a nice deep breath and out. Do a quick scan of your body and breathe normally, still in through your stomach, but do a quick scan and find any remaining tension anywhere in your body. And take a deep breath and out. And release any remaining tension you can find anywhere in your body. Now we're going to continue breathing into our solar plexus, into our belly, in through the nose and out through the nose. Because we finished cleansing our body of stress, we've completed our relaxation exercise in preparation of meditation. We've completed the first step. Now, we are going to harmonize and optimize our vital body, our energy, our prana, our chi. And we're going to do this with the breath. There's many ways of doing pranayama, but we're going to share with you the one that we use in preparation for meditation. So as you did before, take a nice deep breath in through the nose, into your belly. Now hold it. Hold the breath at the top of your head and visualize a tongue of fire burning atop your head. Now slowly release the breath through the nose, slowly. And as you do so, see that fire go around the front of your forehead to the third eye, and then down into your heart until it lights your heart chakra. Now again, breathing in through the nose, you want to imagine a light coming from your coccyx, from the very bottom of your spine, from your tailbone. And as you breathe up, see that light go all the way to the top of your head. And as you hold your breath, visualize that light becoming fire, that tongue of fire, or a halo about your head. And then slowly release the breath through the nose. And that light, that fire goes around to your third eye, and then over your chest and down into your heart. Again, we're exhaling through the nose and inhaling through the nose. Another inhalation. And hold your breath. See the tongue of fire, the apostolic fire, top of the head. And slowly breathe out through the nose. See the fire go to your third eye and eventually down and around into your heart. We're going to continue breathing like this for a minute or two, just on your own time. You should have the gist of what we're doing by now. Now, as you continue doing this pranayama, don't forget the pause at the top of every breath. We want you to begin focusing, concentrating on what you are doing. So bring concentration to your third eye and really focus and concentrate on the in-breath, on the light that you're raising up the spinal column. Focus on the tongue of fire as you're holding your breath at the top of the head, and really concentrate, really focus on moving the fire down from the top of the head across the front of your forehead to the third eye, and then focus and concentrate on that light, that fire going down into your heart as you exhale slowly through the nose. Maintain this concentration, maintain this focus, and continue breathing and continue your visualization. You should especially feel it as you're moving the prana from the top of the head to your third eye. You should really feel the focus and concentration in your third eye as you do this. And then down into the heart. Take a few more breaths of pranayama, maintaining that focused concentration. Don't let that focused concentration go. Scan your body. Make sure you're remaining relaxed. Make sure that you're not tensing up your neck or your face or your fists or your toes or your glutes. Maintain complete relaxation. The only thing that even remotely resembles anything like tension is what you may be feeling in your third eye as you maintain your focused concentration. Now just switch to breathing normally through the nose, maintaining your concentration. Just focus on how the breath passes through your third eye, through this point of concentration. Focus on how the breath enters the nose and leaves the nose, and how in those nasal cavities you can feel the focused concentration. Now, beginning at the beginning of today or the beginning of yesterday, start scanning forward through the day to everything that happened to you, everything that you did, maintaining your concentration. See your day begin to play out for you as a series of vignettes, like a trailer of a movie, or better yet, like the beginning of a episodic television show that shows you the highlights from the last week's program. See your day playing out like that in your mind's eye, as if your day was last week's program and you're just getting caught up, getting recapped on what took place. And once you reach the end of your day or the present moment, depending on which day you chose, maintaining your concentration and relaxation, relax. Pick an episode, a circumstance from your day, an event from your day where you behaved, your actions were negative. You felt a negative emotion. You said some harsh words. You lost your temper. You felt afraid, or you were controlling. You were trying to control the situation or circumstances, or perhaps you felt out of control. You were not in control and you felt frustrated and angry. Whatever the case may be, perhaps you overindulged in an act of gluttony, some food or some sweet thing or salty thing or junk food, whatever the case may be. Pick one episode, one circumstance from your day. If you were observing yourself, you should have the material. You should be able to replay that circumstance, that episode from your day, that scene, that event. Maintaining your focus, concentration, and relaxation. You want to play it out in your mind's eye, not in an abbreviated form, but in its fullness and its richness. Maintaining your relaxation, maintaining your concentration. You don't want to feel what you felt. You don't want to relive the event. You want to observe the event. You are now looking at it with this focused concentration of your third eye. You are a forensic examiner returned to the scene of the crime, dispassionate, unattached, unidentified. Observe yourself like you would a character in a TV show. Observing yourself as a player on a stage or in a movie, going through the motions of this particular drama that you experienced. Now identify the egos that were at play. How did you feel? What were you thinking? What was the state of your physical body? Were you tense? Did you have your back up? Were you clenching your glutes? Were you clenching your fists? Were you chewing on your fingernails? If you don't have these details, that's because you weren't practicing self-observation well enough. Because our physical body reveals much to us about the state of our psyche, about whether or not we are stressed or in tension, if we are overexcited, if we are not at peace, if we are not calm. It is usually because some ego is having its way with us. Some ego is possessing us in some way. Our mind, our heart, and our body will often reflect this, which is why when we practice self-observation, we must observe all three brains: our emotional center, our mental center, and our motor instinctive sexual center. Because that is the evidence that we need now here in meditation as forensic examiners at the scene of a crime. We need to have that eyewitness testimony to be able to examine it. So how are you emotionally during this drama, this episode of your day? And how are you mentally? What was going through your mind? What thoughts were you thinking? Were you playing out fantasies in your mind? Were you thinking about the past? Thinking about the future? Regretting something that you did or dreading something that might be happening in the future? Was this causing you anger, anxiety? Was this the cause of your stress? Was this the cause of your drama? Or was the drama causing you, your mind, to wander into the past or into the future, neither of which exist? Who else was there? Was there anybody else there? What else was there? Where were you? What was happening? Was somebody saying something to you? Were they not saying something to you? Were they doing something? What were they doing? Or were they not doing something that you wanted them to do? And how did that make you feel? What were the egos behind all of these feelings that you are observing? This tension, this stress, the raised voice, the strained voice, the clenched muscles, the stress, anxiety, the fidgeting, the nail biting, the banging on the desk or the table, the slamming of the door, whatever it was, what was causing that? And if you think it was all just anger, anger very, very rarely works alone. We need a reason to be angry. Anger is very often just an attack dog for some other ego. So feel into the anger. Look into it. Look past it. Why were you angry? Why were you frustrated? Did something happen that you didn't want to happen? Or did something not happen which you expected to happen? So far, we've really only focused on the emotional and mental reactions to some circumstance. Now, observe the fallout. Observe what you said or what you did as a result of the reactions that those egos had to the circumstances around you, to the people around you, to the events. What did those egos cause you to do? What did they tempt you to do? And when and how did you follow through on those temptations? And how did you feel while you were acting on the will of your egos? As you were giving into those temptations, how did it feel? Was it satisfying to you to tell this person off? Did you enjoy getting angry? Did you enjoy yelling and screaming and slamming the door or pounding your fist? Observe what was going on in your mind and your heart and your body. But relax, relax. Remember always to check in with yourself. Do a breath like that, in through the nose, out through the mouth, whenever you need to do that. And recheck and re-release all the tension in your body, but maintain your focused concentration. But anytime you catch yourself tensing up, because you will, as you retrospect, as you perform this forensic examination on yourself, it's only natural that as you replay the events of dramas in your life, that the same tension, the same anxiety, the aggression and anger and stress that you felt in those moments, it's going to start creeping back up to you, into you. So you want to check and double check, and in through the nose, out through the mouth, and let it go and reset yourself without losing the concentration and without losing the visualization. Observe, witness, relax, concentrate, visualize. Recognize the egos that were involved. Now, what was the fallout of your actions? How did your actions affect others? What was the effect? What were the repercussions? What was the fallout? Do you regret what happened? Are you sorry for what happened? Now, maintaining your concentration and relaxation, we want you to move your conscious awareness away from the scene as though there was someone next to you who has been observing the scene with you the whole time. And this figure next to you is your innermost intimate being. You can visualize this being of yours as any deity that speaks to your heart. He could look like Jesus, like Buddha, like Krishna, Quetzalcoatl, Fuji, Odin, Zeus, and It can also take on the feminine form. It could be that your being is in the form of the Divine Mother. So she could be Athena, Venus, Lady Columbia, Zoroaster, any deity that speaks to your heart. Or it could simply be a resplendent being of light, a being of pure light. Relax. Visualize this being of pure light, this deity before you, your innermost intimate Christ, your innermost essence of God. Now, very relaxed and focused and concentrated and visualizing this being of light, we're going to say the words and pause after each line, allowing you to repeat them. Just mentally in your mind. You don't have to say them out loud. We will say them out loud for obvious reasons, but you can just repeat the lines in your head. We're actually getting ahead of ourselves. We've skipped a step. We looked at the clock here and we said we better move it along. So we're going to step back and say, you are going to step forward and allow this being of light who has been beside you this whole time, this deity, in whatever form they are, in your mind's eye, they begin moving closer to you. And you begin moving closer to them. And in truth, it does not matter which one of you is moving or if you're both moving. But this is particularly powerful if you're visualizing a being of light. Allow your deity to glow in a resplendent halo of light as they move towards you, closer and closer. And now merge with your innermost intimate Christ on an out breath and allow them to enter into you. And their body is now one with your body. And you have fused, and now your whole being, your whole body is glowing with that same resplendent glow that was engulfing your innermost being. Now that's engulfing you because your innermost being is inside of you. And you are one. And together as one, you notice that behind your being, far in the distance, was a light, a sun, a star. And now that you are one with your being, that star grows bigger as it moves closer and closer. And you, one with your being, with that resplendent being of light, sharing your physical space with you. Now, this sun, this star, as it grows bigger, you notice there's a figure in it. And that sun, that star, is a crowning throne of resplendence. And sitting upon that throne is whatever image of God speaks to your soul. And this Holy of Holies, this Father of all fatherhood, sitting upon that throne, that within this enormous sphere of fire and light, the very heart, the seat of a star, seat of the sun, is now before you. And you, with your own innermost being within, relax. Stay relaxed. Focus, concentrate, and visualize whatever being represents God to you within that sphere of light, that star, that sun. And now we begin to pray. We will say the line and you can repeat it mentally. But when you repeat it mentally, remember that you are speaking not merely with your own voice, but visualize that your jaw, your mouth is shared, one with your innermost resplendent being of light, and that these words that you speak, your being is speaking them with you. And together, the two of you as one, you are not an I, you are a we. And so when you look to the great sun before you and the great God sitting upon the throne of resplendent light, as a multiplicity, as two beings as one, you can turn to that resplendent being of light sitting upon the throne, and we begin to pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. 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 Relax. Take a deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. Maintain your focused concentration and visualization, remembering your innermost being and you are one. You just prayed together as one. This is why the Pater Noster, the Our Father, is first person plural. There is no I in the Our Father. There is no ego. It is a mortal vessel united with its innermost being that's beseeching Alux, the fire of fires, the light of lights, and the being of beings. Now, this is your opportunity to pray from your heart whatever words come to you, pray to Alux, to all light, God light, your Father sitting upon the throne of that sun, and pray together as we beseech you, we beg you, we come here humbly. Throw yourselves down to your knees, your collective knees that you share. Prostrate yourself before the being of beings and beg and plead for guidance and assistance to help you comprehend the egos that you had just been visualizing. Relax. Speak from your heart to God and ask for the revelation, for the insight. And thank and beseech Him for being present and for always being with us. Because in this moment, you are a we. You are not an I. You are a we. Now, typically, you could take this meditation in whatever direction your heart guided you to take it. If you wish, you can continue repeating the Our Father, or you can switch to the Hail Mary, and God can morph into the Divine Mother in the Son. You can pray and ask for insight, clarification, but you can also turn your attention back to the scene. Now that your innermost being and you are one, you're not observing this anymore as two separate entities. You're now one together, and you beseeched Alux, the being of beings, to assist you. Now you can turn your attention back to your retrospection meditation and see the whole scene with fresh eyes, with the eye of your innermost, and with the help and the guidance of Alux. Relax. Concentrate. Visualize. Where were you? What were you doing? What were you feeling? What were you thinking? Where was the stress and tension in your body? What was happening around you? Who was there? Who was missing? What happened that you didn't want to happen? What didn't happen that you did want to happen? And what were the egos involved? And what was the primary ego involved? And observe how that ego was manipulating your thoughts, your emotions, your sensations, your actions, your reactions. And just observe with the focused concentration united with your being, with all the force and support of Alux in the background, shining upon you, shining its infinite light, a forensic spotlight upon the scene. Relax. Take a deep breath. Breathe out. You would continue here as long as possible, not expecting, not awaiting, not expecting, just replaying and beseeching and praying and being one with your innermost and continuing this retrospection until, in a flash of insight, you would receive a comprehension. You will just be playing the scenario out, and all of a sudden, bang, out of nowhere, you'll get this eureka moment. And suddenly you will know, you will comprehend that ego, that main ego that was at work in this drama, how it went about possessing you, how it went about causing you and the others around you suffering. And once you have that eureka moment, you have that few good men moment where Tom Cruise can't believe that the general, Jack Nicholson's character, has confessed. You have the evidence, you have the proof, you have proven your case. Now you can very gently, in your mind, silently, you can call upon Anubis and the lords of karma. You can allow that courtroom to materialize all around you that we talked about last week. And Anubis sitting on the judge's chair and the lords of karma sitting in the jury's box. And before that court, you can relax, visualize, and concentrate. Present your case, your comprehension that you've just received in meditation. Together, you and your innermost as one, present your case and say, this is how this ego caused us and others suffering. Put the ego in the defendant box. Prosecute it. Make your case against it. And allow Anubis and the lords of karma to render their judgment, a judgment of guilty. And once they have dropped the gavel and passed judgment upon the ego, now you can use the mantra Ramio, Ramio, silently, Ramio, 3 times. And call upon your Divine Mother, Lady Justice, to enter the courtroom, armed with her flaming sword. And as we described last week, you're going to fall to your knees and beg and plead with her, beg her forgiveness for your transgressions, and beg and plead her to eradicate, to eliminate this ego from you, to turn it to cosmic dust, to incinerate it in her fires of severity and mercy. And she does so by stabbing you first in the head, then in the heart, and then in the sex, or your spinal column. And each time, with either her flaming sword or her flaming spear, these sorts of details are not important, but it's her flaming sword of justice. She has to eradicate this ego that you have done the investigative work on, that you have found guilty. And she has to eradicate this ego from you and your innermost being. Because this ego is your being's. Your true self is the one who's in hell. So the mantra is Krim, Krim. You're going to be doing this mentally, and you're going to be rolling the R. We can't roll the R, so we can do our best to simulate that, but she stabs you in the head and cream. And as she does that, you feel the flames burning, searing, as if you were Paul Atreides with your hand in the box. And the way we do this, we ask our Divine Mother to stab us 3 times each, in the head, in the heart, and in the sex. So 9 times total, 3 times 3. That's the number of the Divine Mother, is 9. 9 is an upright 6. So when we are infested with egos in our mind, in our heart, in our body, we are a 666. We are inverted. We are a fallen human being, a 666. But our Divine Mother is here to turn us back into a 999, one away from a perfect 10. So again, 3 times in the head, it's Kareem, Kareem. Relax, concentrate, visualize, pray, beg and plead with all humility to your Divine Mother to now eradicate this demon, this ego from your heart with her flaming sword. Relax, concentrate, visualize, and pray. And as she stabs you, take a deep breath, and in your mind, just pronounce the mantra, Kareem. And she stabs you again in the heart. Kareem. And once more in the heart. Kareem. Relax. Take a deep breath. Now beg and plead your Divine Mother to stab you in the sex, where we are most often tempted through lust, through desire. And as she stabs us in our pelvic area, we feel the fire extend all the way up the spinal column, burning and searing and cleansing all of our chakras. This is the big one. This is the final one. This is the one that eradicates at long last this demon that we've comprehended and eliminates it and reduces it, disintegrates it, turns it to cosmic dust. Relax, take a deep breath. And she stabs us in the pelvic area and in the spinal column. We feel the fires all the way up and through our entire physical body, and we say the mantra, Kreem. Another deep breath, relax. And again, and one last time. Relax. Take a deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. Now on our knees, beseeching our Divine Mother, Lady Justice, as she holds above us her flaming sword and her scales of justice. We bow our heads and mentally, together as one, with our innermost being, we proclaim, Hail Mary, full of grace. The Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, the Christ. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us of the sinning I, now and at the hour of the death of our egos. Amen. 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 Relax. You can maintain and pray as often as you want. You can do an entire rosary to your Divine Mother if you wish. But for our purposes, take a deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. And whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes. But take a moment to check in with yourself and how you feel. Scan your body and feel the difference between where you were when you began, when we first began relaxation, and where you feel yourself now. And even we who are guiding you through this process, you can hear the difference in our voice. You can see the difference in our eyes. You can feel the difference. Now, Kundalini King made a comment here and he says, this is going to be great clip for meditation later. The purposes of today's live stream and the purpose for walking you through this so-called guided meditation was to teach you the method, to teach you, to give you an example, to give you an experience of it. But it's really only effective if you actually do the middle part and actually get a comprehension. So you will not be using this all the time. You can use it as a training tool, as a teaching tool. But generally speaking, guided meditation is not true meditation. This will become a true and genuine meditation when you do it without the video, when you do it without the audio, when you do it without any guidance, when you guide yourself, or rather you are guided by yourself, the big S. That's when you will begin meditating. All those people listening to meditation CDs, they're not meditating. Yes, they're relaxing, they're visualizing, they're even praying, perhaps. Although we know of very few meditation CDs that involve the aspect of prayer. But they're not meditating. They're being guided. They're just being taken on a little journey. And despite the fact of how you feel now, just imagine how much greater the effect will be when you actually meditate, when you actually perform this on a regular basis. This is not the only form of meditation there is, by no means. I mean, we began explaining our 5-year-old naive child like approach to meditating before we even knew what meditation was. And it was just go deeper, go deeper, go deeper, go deeper. But now, at the end of today's live stream, we've shared with you the highest form of meditation there is. There is no greater meditation than the one that eliminates egos. There is no meditation more important. There is no meditation practice more critical than the one in which we are working directly with our innermost being, the being of beings, and our Divine Mother, practically, experientially doing the investigative work, the forensic analysis, and the just prosecution of the cause of our suffering and the cause of others' suffering, and the annihilation, the elimination of the causes of that suffering. Through, first and foremost, the comprehension, the revelation, the cathartic moment in the courtroom drama where the defendant breaks down and loses all defense, all pretext, all excuses, all rationalizations are gone, and all that is left is the admittance of guilt and the revelation in the courtroom and the judgment of Anubis and the lords of karma and the sentencing and the execution of that sentence by our Divine Mother, and ourselves and our innermost being at the heart orchestrating all of it, consciously relaxing, concentrating, visualizing, praying, and making this grand drama, this courtroom drama and forensic detective novel, this CSI spirituality, right? We should have a show called CSI Monad or CSI Gnosis or CSI Spirituality. We have CSI everything else. Why not a forensic detective show? That's really what the comic book graphic novel character Constantine was about. They made a film starring Keanu Reeves, and there's supposedly a new streaming show coming up based on Constantine, but that's what he is. He's a spiritual detective. And yes, he performs exorcisms and other things like that, but what he really is like a private eye for occultists and the metaphysical space. He goes after demons, and he investigates metaphysical crimes. And so it only makes sense that there be a metaphysical courtroom. And today you experience that. Now you know how to go about prosecuting a comprehended ego. And you will always have, so long as it doesn't get deleted from YouTube, you will have this as a resource, and we will cut this out as a separate video as well. So you won't have to go and watch all 4 hours of this, because we are going to create shorts from today's live stream as we've been doing. And today's meditation will be its own separate entity, including this follow-up explanation that we're giving about how you don't want to use this as a crutch. Use this as a pair of training wheels, only as a pair of training wheels. But just like any child learning to ride a bicycle, they can't wait for those training wheels to come off. So don't allow yourself to fall into the rut of watching this over and over and over again, and or relying on this as a guided meditation, because you won't be meditating. Because number one, you won't and shouldn't do that courtroom drama until you've had a comprehension. And you will know when you've had one. It's impossible to describe. The closest word we have is eureka, revelation, moment of clarity, a flash of insight in the dark of night. I mean, these are all just metaphors and flowery language to try to describe something that language can't describe. So when you have a comprehension, you will know it. And that's when you'll know to do the courtroom drama. Ask for Anubis and the Lords of Karma to come and preside, and ask for your Divine Mother to come in and execute the sentencing, and the execution. All right. We have a couple. Tiffany has been left a couple messages in the private chat. I think that she did that by accident. She was probably trying to log on. But anyway, I can't share these because they're in the private chat. But she says, "Good day, everyone. New to StreamYard, so I'm navigating at this time. Muted as I'm multitasking. I should be settled here in a minute." That was way, way, way back at 2:30. And just 5 minutes ago, she said, "Please make a short for this meditation." Yes, we just said that we will. I've done parts of this with Glorianne, but it's been a while. You're right. The prayer is rare. Really appreciated this. Well, you're very welcome, Tiffany. And yes, absolutely. As we just said, we will be putting this into a clip. And again, Tiffany says, yes, I was going to ask you, you'd be willing to make a short of this meditation. And yes, we will. And Mugaboo22 says, thank you. So that's 4 hours. That's 2 hours of what we did at the beginning, and then 2 hours of basically, walking us through the preparation and everything else, and then the actual meditation. So you can see just by even the timing and recognizing that the relaxation part, you can take as long as you want, relaxing. The concentration part, take as long as you need to become concentrated. The visualization part, take as long as you need. Right? Like, this is, you follow your own timing, and don't worry if thoughts come up, if distractions come up, if your mind gets taken down a rabbit hole, and then you catch yourself and you realize, for 5 minutes I've been on a stream of consciousness thinking about stuff. Relax, let it go, bring yourself back to the meditation, whatever it is you're doing, or bring yourself back to the relaxation part of the exercise, bring yourself back to the concentration part of the exercise, bring yourself back, do whatever it is you need to do, and never forget to breathe, never forget to check in with yourself, and use that in through the nose, out through the mouth, and letting everything go. You can let thoughts go, you can let emotions go. Just the really important part is to get yourself to that baseline. And the part about the mind and the mind's eye and relaxing the mind and quieting the mind is, the mind is like the surface of the water. And when the winds of the mind are blowing, the surface of the water is all ripples. You can't see anything in it. But when the winds of the mind calm down and settle down, the water's surface becomes like a mountain lake, like that scene in Forrest Gump when he's jogging by the mountain lake and he says, it was like two skies, one on top of the other. That's because that lake becomes like a mirror reflecting the heavens. And that's the point where our mind becomes a valuable tool, that screen of our mind's eye. If you want, let me know. Next week, we can continue and do another session on just meditation. And we will skip all the stuff at the beginning. And next week, we can do just a series of other meditation practices. We wanted to start with the most important one first, because we didn't want the next week, if we do other meditation practices, all of those will be bonus meditation practices, other meditation practices that you can do, other ways of preparing yourself for retrospection. And there are other uses, other practical uses of meditation, and we will get into those next week. So we'll have a second stream on meditation, and we'll talk about the other uses, and we will give other practices and other ways, and we will give you examples as well. For example, when we learned what COVID was all about, because everything was going on the news, we went into meditation and we were shown what COVID really was and what it wasn't. So, and Mugaboo says he agrees. He says, yep. He says, we need more of these. And so next week, we'll be dedicating next week to more to more of this. Jennifer Christie has a long comment here. She says, I had to leave this awesome podcast, unfortunately, but I will be back later to catch up. From my perspective, there are two screens in meditation. One is veiled, and in the other, the veil becomes thinner and more transparent over time. I truly feel divine timing plays a huge role in one's experience, and the screen one observes in meditation. I know most folks see the opaque veil that only shows glimpses of the beauty behind the veil until they're ready to tune in to the mystic translation. You got to watch about trying to leave really long comments here because they get cut off. So our guess is, Jennifer Christie, you probably have a whole long other thing to say here, but it got cut off. So unfortunately, that's the way things work in StreamYard. So try to keep leave more comments, right? Break a long comment up into shorter comments, but leave more of them. She says, oh, translucent screen. Okay. All right then. And Mugaboo22 says, many of us have psychic powers. Egos lure us to think that we have arrived, have become divine. But even Aleister Crowley had plenty of powers. Yes, this is a very good point, Mugaboo. A lot of people get fallen into that trap. There are many, many, many traps set for us on the path, and one of those traps is precisely the false awakenings of developing powers. There are people out there who think that because they have this clairvoyance or psychic powers, or they see the future or the past or whatever, that they are already enlightened, that they're already divine, that they're already this, they're already that. They don't have any more work to do. They can see auras. What more is there to do, right? So these are all traps. It's mystic pride, and they're all false awakenings. We write about them in the introduction to our book, and especially on the chapter on New Age, and we explain how they're all forms of distraction, much like we were speaking about earlier, right? They're superficial forms of spirituality, right? The highest form of meditation is what we shared with you today. How often have you heard anybody talk about that outside of, let's say, Glorianne and the books of Master Samael and maybe Gurdjieff? Like, you cannot find a meditation CD in any store or any download that teaches retrospection meditation, and it's the most important. So again, Jennifer Christie said the last thing that she had said in her earlier comment was translucent screen. And Tiffany says, I'll try StreamYard again when I'm back home, currently off-site. But from what I was able to observe today, it's pretty cool. Yeah, so today might not have been the best of times to join because it wasn't really a back and forth discussion. Some other live streams, we have more opportunity for interaction and interactivity. Today was definitely a very one-way kind of street, although we still had a lot of good comments and a lot of good discussion was generated from that, including the whole thing about cosplay and the distraction, the Viktor Frankl quote that Benjamin shared. But in the future, you know that every now and then we also have entire live streams devoted to question and answer, and in those live streams we really do encourage people to pop on and let's try to make a discussion out of it. We might in the future also have a discussion about where everybody thinks we are in terms of the Kali Yuga, because we're starting to get on in time, and there are indications, we've received strong indications about the importance of 2030 and 2040. So, but again, that's in the future. Now is the now, and the now is that we are at the point where we're well past 4 hours, so we're going to wrap it up. And thank you all for being with us today. We usually say we hope you got lots out of it, but we know you got lots out of it today. And join us next week when we'll be doing more practice, more meditation, and looking at some of the other tremendous value that's awaiting for us within, through our higher self, our innermost being, and via Alux, the fire of fires, the light of lights, and the being of beings. And that's why we're here, to give you the real stuff that matters, right? And let all the rest of it, let it be what it needs to be. But we need to do what we're here to do, and we're going to keep doing it. And that's our passion, that's our love. And there it is. So Tiffany says, as always, thank you so much. Looking forward to it. And thank you all for being here. And we look forward to seeing you all again next week. Have a wonderful week. Keep an eye out on social media or on YouTube as we post the individual segments from today. We're hoping that there's going to be a few good ones. And especially the guided meditation is going to be as well cut out. So we may save that one till the end, because we do these in order, right? We do the little snippets. We release them in the order as they appeared in the live stream. So the guided meditation may show up in Thursday or Friday of next week, but it is coming. You will reliably receive it. Okay, so thank you all again, and we hope to see you again. And in the meantime, take care, all of you. And where's our little video that we're trying to find? Why can't we find it? Oh, goodness. Those are backgrounds. There it is. Okay. So again, thank you all for being here. We'll hope to see you again next week. And as always, inferential peace. Take care, everyone.